And we're back. Hello. Hop over here. Buddy. The final day should manifest here too, after everything these people have suffered, is a fate cruel beyond words. Nevertheless, with allies old and new at our side, there is yet reason to be. It's been a while since last we spoke. For some time I was not myself. Zia and the others told me what happened that night, about the events that took place while I was receiving treatment. It was only then that I realized the lengths you and yours go to. I know I might never be able to repay you, but I'll be damned if I don't try. Most of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for everything you've done and continue to do for the sake of. At the very least, I'm glad our own members are accountable. It's a contingent's base of operations. Okay. Didn't save them all, but if we'd arrived any later, massacre. We're looking bleak until the first turned up. Though there'll be time later to discuss your journey to the first, there's one thing I must ask. Did you perchance speak with our friends in the Crystarium? Yes. Lena and Becklog both warned me against overexerting myself. Strange that they would express such similar sentiments, identical in fact. Their advice is duly noted. Gee, I wonder why. Mr. Opening a letter with a sardine. Wouldn't have the foggiest idea why they might want you to not overexert yourself. It's easy, standing there so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind. But looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. On to 88.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
He's just having a moment right now. He's just trying to wrestle with the fact that we are not what he thought.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
Ooh.
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Oh boy.
Did you hear something just now?
Hello? Uh-oh. That doesn't... Good? What are you doing? I said about halfway through, like, this is definitely a silly pudding way. Oh, they're all here. Hey! Well, not all, but you know.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
Hey. How you been doing?
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
It's shaking. Get this man a sweater.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetheris. Oriande made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Are you not aware that they were bunny people?
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important, as am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I, bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Good to have you back.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Puddingway is still out here. Just someone please get them some pudding. I love how Urianger always saddled with the bird beast tribes. Oh, Urianger. Dare say Master Fortuno was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we summon to the rostra. Freaking drop me in a place where there's no Ethernet. I never ended up doing any fates in Labyrinthos, which I find really funny. Also, I feel like we're about to go to the other half of Labyrinthos. Because... yeah, we still haven't been there yet. I'm sure the last map is something to do with, the burbs. Kick down the door. Boy, do I have news for you. Got some big revelations. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the operate desire to avert our beloved stars to Trial tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing. I have news to share regarding our study of the sea. Your findings are certain to be of greater interest. Oh, you bet. So I would rather hear them first. Hi, Queen. How are you doing? To what revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? So many revelations. So many revelations. So many more revelations than you could possibly imagine. Thank you for the follow as well. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nidana's theory. We're an entity through sheer force of emotion, channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis to a great expanse. Meteor. Yeah, the Lalabels kind of sneak up on you. They're usually not in the shot, and then suddenly it's like, oh. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilization, hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, defeat me. You make it sound so simple, but you're wrong. Because I have player names turned off as well, if there's like a Lalafell doing like a fate or something with me, I just can't see them until they like wander back out from behind an enemy. I'm like, oh, there's someone here, I'm not alone. It's been happening a ton. I usually have player names on, but I turned them off for this to kind of like stop my screen from being covered in text, and it's been really funny. Keep being snuck up on by Lalas. Vanquish Medion and we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Medion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vana, the woman who would become Heidelin. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Vana you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, is to be seen. I am on the Crystal Data Center. I am on the Girls server, so we've actually had pretty nice queues. I have another character on Gilgamesh over on Ether, and that one I haven't even bothered to log into because every time I check it it's like 5,000. It's wild. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Suppose she has abandoned her pursuit? I know would never give up. No, but me still up. And I know would never give up. That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. Oh, Gilgamesh. Yeah, that's where my other character is. I tried to log in because I was going to Fantasia into Bunny Boy for a little bit, but the queue was like over 5,000. I was like, yeah, no. I just came over here instead. So, what's the second condition? Must find a medion. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. Do you and Master Matoya have any investigation into the Athena? Sadly not, though we enlisted the help of our involved and other Echo-blessed allies who couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Athenian sea, built closer to home. Something in Labyrinthos, you say? Probably. Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the rostra to discuss the Great Exodus. Father was able to persuade them. Finally taking us seriously. Let's see what they have to say. I've seen a couple, but the thing is they're kind of hard to spot because they're so small compared to like other races guys. So like they get lost, especially since a lot of the bunny boys I have seen have been wearing like maid outfits and all of the like ungender locked items. It's really hard to tell if you're looking at a male Vera or not. They're very feminine, yeah. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it makes it very hard to pick them out in a crowd. I've seen them. Fleetingly. There was one standing out here in a maid outfit when I was coming in. They're very cute. There's one. No, not that one. Right there. In the red. Right there. That's one. I'm surprised there's only one. Oh, wait. Nope. There's another one. There's two. Surprised there's not more. I guess they're all like out in the world doing story right now. Oh, there's another one. I actually haven't been counting. There's one. At this point, I've been able to tell them apart by the ears, because they actually... My other character over on Gilgamesh is a female Vera, and I'm very familiar with the shape of their ears, so I can tell by the silhouette of their ears whether I'm looking at a male or female Vera, because they actually have smaller ears than the female. Usually thinner, too. It's easy to spot them from a distance. What I want to do once I can get into my ether characters, I want to check out the new hairstyles that they set up on female Vera, and then Fantasia her into a male one, at least for a little bit. We'll see if she stays like that. There's one right there. Wait. Nope, that's a female one with new hair. That's why I got thrown off. That's, well, it's an old hairstyle, but it's unlocked for Vera now. Only 5? That's disappointing. But yeah, the female Vera are a little bit bigger than the male ones. So, they are. Their ears are bigger and they are taller than the male ones by a bit. The forum is in session, and as such, the roster is closed to visitors. Well, ain't that convenient? I am requested. A scion of the Seventh Dawn? Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Or, bleh. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. Implements of war are expressly forbidden. I mean, sure. The trick is to log in earlier. It was only like a 58-man queue when I logged in But like now we're getting into like busy time. Oh, that's fun. Depending on how many people are trying to log in, it might not even load your character on the character select queen. So you might have to, like, it's still there, it's just, sometimes it just doesn't even load. Today is the first day, I think at launch, when I got up, I was able to see my character, and then every other day that I've logged in, it's just been question marks, except for this morning when I went to log in. I was genuinely surprised when my character showed up. Oh yeah, no, this character, this crystal character has been doing that. This is the first time in like 4 days that I've been able to see my character on the character select screen. Tomorrow will be official launch day, that is true. Early access. There's a bunny boy. This feels like a voiced cutscene.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends.
I know when early access started up, I wasn't even able to get to character select because it kept crashing when it was trying to connect to Addison. A real painful. Like, you don't even get to sit in the queue, it's just no, get out.
By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
Led by Alphino with the head, no less. Proud of this little nugget, look at him go.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these. But since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Sounds like you are not bringing Garleans.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today.
Perhaps shaped like a pizza slice.
However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order!
We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
Ooh, him too. Nice.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
That's a pretty good majority. Fortuno is not for it, though.
Of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Did not want to be for it. Okay, well.
Very well.
Neener, neener, you have to work with us. Your boss said so. Haha.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
To talk about here. While I very much take issue with the Forum's approach to selecting whom to save and when, they're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflict. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unknown. Ooh, I'll admit, bringing up the issue of the Forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, quite open about the current state of affairs. What was even more surprising, though, when they took Alphadoe up on his offer. Vexed that we've yet to learn of the Forum's replacement for the Anti-Tower, though I expect that in time they'll share that too with us, and with Master Matoya if they've any sense. The further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the fortune of time itself. Measure and quantify it based on observations of celestial bodies, such as the sun and moon. From your account, it is unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar way. I mention this because while Banan knew the final days would reoccur at a defined point in the future, presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the Forum's preparations to keep so closely with the advent of the final days is sure instant. I mean, I've been working on it for longer than I'm gonna lie. To say, I'm gonna be using it as like a signal. Perhaps if Midgardsormr was still alive, in the traditional sense that is, he could have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary speed. Again, there's no guarantee his contribution would be enough of a difference to matter. Late, I have seen no sign of the Loporrit. This being their first opportunity to experience the wonders of Sharlayan, potential for its adventure is nigh. Affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there. I've been for them, contemplating that possibility serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone could have realistically surmised that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, a still larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to a star. Even now, the whole idea seems positively absurd when spoken aloud. Rest assured, I have every intention of honoring the decision. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking this part, since we require both the means of vital and reaching. The spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of Etherburn. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an Etherburner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. As instructed, I take you to see the outside the Archeon. Trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive under? Finally, another chance. Another chance to do a fate. I still don't have the shared fates unlocked. Here. Still don't understand why the sound keeps coming from the planet. But okay. Oh, yeah. I haven't gone this way before. Let's unfog this. 140 to the south. Fog, dang it. There we go. I have 5, so I'm assuming all the other ether currents are going to be... I could just teleport them. That's G-Post. A fate happening over here that I'm gonna sneak in on. Not get there in time. Is it anti-tower music? Oh, in here? Okay, I didn't hear. This is anti. Okay. Destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon. Step inside and have a medial circuit. Oh yeah, this is anti-tower. To use the lift. Azalea, were you like... I think you were like just conked out the entire time I was doing this. Because this is the first place we went. So this might be your first time seeing me actually run around here. Send your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Mariel Agri. Actually, something I've been meaning to No, never. The matter at hand. Pretty sure all the remaining ones are going to be in this little section that I can't. Oh, leave me alone, bee. Show me Aaronville. Where is the boy? Oh. Steamy Samantha. Comes the person on the fat cat. finally unlocked 8 stuff. The Labyrinthos. I'm gonna do that one since it's backtrack. There we go. We have not yet met with his parents. But we're going to. Surely. They were brought here. We are to wait here for Father arranges for us to use the next. Here, being Logisticon Alpha, atmospheric conditions labyrinths are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulating, we are able to create an ideal environment for growth and preservation of biological samples kept here. Fun. How do you know so much of it? My father brought me here as a child. What? Left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It's all too easy to take for granted the many interesting aspects of the natural world. Having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporits in environment, I have come to view such processes. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged in Zodiark, the habitations built for all mankind, each unique yet undeniable. It's no mere coincidence. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetherius, every essential resource we could spare, delivered to Labyrinth, in preparation for great exit. That is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loperites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the Central Circuit. There that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the destruction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restriction. Free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. Prove ourselves worthy of the trust, your trust. Then let us proceed. Second half of the map. It's amazing how similar the vibes of Labyrinthos are to Elf, but for like the exact opposite purpose. Kind of. Interesting. Stars, I forgot about that. Ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kogol Dankol, after Forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall him to discuss the particulars. This way. There's a fate over here. See it. Whirling. Oh, big Bowie. There's a white mage in here. Oh, wait, this is actually the direction I was supposed to go anyway. Ah, didn't even notice. That's funny. was here, like on the central strip, I was getting one that was like 100 something to the west. Over here. Yeah, that's all fine and dandy, but how are they getting the ship out of here? Does that, like, open up? I assume it must if this used to be a volcano. Ah, there. I am pretty sure that the spaceship that they're building is the slice looking thing on the Endwalker logo. Or have built, I guess, technically. Since it is functional. Star Destroyer thing. Yeah.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
Already like this guy.
Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the ether burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some in's like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
If only there were, you know, a series of nations that had massive chunks of Dalamud sitting in them. If only.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
Or we have Finn down there.
It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
Yeah, give me that binding coil specific dialogue. Hell yeah. We absolutely were. White Raven's ghost, it haunts me. You want me to go and fetch the whatsits?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours. What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
Huh.
This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
The burn. The burn. The burn.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
The burn.
Othard, you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them could hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
Good point, good point.
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
The Scions are very like, if we can't do it ourselves, we know someone that can. Like, the Scions connections are wild. I'm waiting for the inevitability of Fortuno, like, sacrificing himself. Like, he's not gonna say anything to Alphino or Alize, but something's gonna go down and he's gonna, like, die for them. Then say something, like, it's like dying moments where he's like, I'm so proud of you. I've always been proud of you. Or knowing how these stories tend to go. Refined adamantite ingots. Yeah, you're right, you're right. It's times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphino has become. Who thought he could achieve so much with a single literal conversation? So we're experiencing rather a lot of visitors in the near future. I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant party. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. When will Kryle get a new outfit? Deserves one. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah...
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan Make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches.
For reference, music playing in the back here is music from Binding Coils. It's like the idle music of it.
They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Oh hey, it's that guy. Hey, how you doing? That's Blue Mage NPC.
I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allegan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud... Hey, I gotta go do my role quests again. This was the second coil of Bahamut. Girl! Hello! Archer quest. I mean, I've cleared it out for you already. You'll be fine.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
I mean, hey, if you can heal yourself, it doesn't matter how long it takes to kill something. Oh, hey! I saw Minago's tail.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
Being your DPS.
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
And you're a nation of healers.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I love that the binding coil stuff is getting a good workout here. Yeah, it's been forever, but she was from here at the start.
I won't let it all be for nothing.
Yeah, there we go.
I promise you, Papalimo.
I was gonna say this is we're past due for a Papalimo remembrance line. The binding coil music's really getting to work out here, and I'm really excited about that, because Binding Coil music is just a lot of really banger remixes of Answers, so... Oh, I see, we're going here too, huh?
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Final days.
That was a roar! A dragon's roar!
Too big for a dragon. Maybe? I mean, I'm assuming it's the final days noise, but maybe the dragons are coming to help. Facefelger, you coming to hang out? Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea. Ah, Hancock.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is.
Sorbonne!
And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
I don't think Sorbonne's ever been voiced. Ah! Dare you! Getting the Four Lords involved in this too? Oh damn. I'm pulling out all the stops here. This person is a mini anima! While friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ah, we've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Allegan technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair, you seem to know more than the average scholar. Ah, if only Master Kogel knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And if nothing else, it needs twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. What's funny is adamantite ore is actually a timed node in Az's Law. Not the refined stuff, obviously, but like adamantite is already something that you get from Allegan areas. It's fun. I'll lend you a bunch of helpful buggers. If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busy in themselves preparing for the Exodus. Ah. That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. Fun fact, I straight up forgot that Anima wasn't a trial. I saw this wind-up Anima and I was like, yo, you already did Anima EX? Wait, Anima's a dungeon boss. This must come from a dungeon. God, it's so cute. Okay. Yeah, well, so you know, you've got the right idea. It's the same tone, but this is the Endwalker getting shit done music. Not gonna veer too far off course. It's just a big circle. What's catching my attention is this is the exact bit from the trailer that transitions into that one part that I keep saying is in the achievement names, and I keep expecting it to start, and I feel like it's frustrating. Right there, it just loops back. I'm like, please, please go to the good part of the song. This music's better than the Labyrinthos music anyway. There's a fate over here, so it's not gonna happen. Never mind. 2 minutes left, not dealing with that. What I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. Don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration that Scholar Montish mentioned. Start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetheryte once our work is done. Helping with the Ark. Even with all the power Master Corvus managed to squeeze out of the Ether Burner, it's still not enough apparently. Now I hear the final days have arrived, horrible creatures running rampant all over. Done the Exodus sooner. People are dying and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duty. We will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Even the plan. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the Ether Burner. Oh dear. And here things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duty. Checking and loading samples, day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be crossed if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. Worm's got enough on their plates as it is, what with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. Lots of powerful people have opinions about that. Heart goes out to Master Fortuno and the others. Hardly a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? What it is with people and putting Aetherites in water. This is an Ether Current quest. Finally, we're getting them. Excuse me, ma'am, I couldn't help but notice that you have a way about you that simply screams, I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds. Since I'm never wrong about such things, might I trouble you? See, amongst the troops of trolls living in the outer circuit, I came upon one who was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course, but when I attempted to return him to his rightful home, he flew into a panic, as if he could not bear the thought of going back. make matters worse, the troll saw fit to escape into a den of Analas. Go after him, but I'm so fumble-footed I'll scare him off like his not, torn limb from my pains by the feet. So, I turn to you. Seek out this troll of which I spoke. I'll provide you with his favorite food. You should be able to calm it. Hopefully that will be enough to see his senses restored and for him to come hurrying back. And, though I shudder to think of it, if any of those fell Analas seek to or pester that troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, don't worry. For your efforts. Parago. It's a Parago, look. Moving on. Offering to help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and whichever star we choose as our home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. Hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I'm not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that behatted rabbit that ran by. Boy, do I have good news for you. Come to think of it, rabbits don't normally wear hats, do they? Or run on their back paws? Perhaps it was an escaped sample. Oh, they're over here. Oh, the Loperates in here. Fancy meeting you here, Carolyn. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magic. What we're really interested in is Aetheris itself, though we now find ourselves in sort of funny underground miniaturized version. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. At least that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Tour of Labyrinthos? An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Loperates acquaint themselves with those conditions optimal by their Charlene collaborator. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to this venture? Puddingway is clearly off in the kitchens consuming the pudding. Good point, though. Where is Puddingway? What a marvelous idea. Might we begin with that great big what's-it over here? Ah, yes, the what's-it. I'll leave its explanation to Carolyn. Oh dear. So what's it, alright? $140 to the northwest is relatively close. Outside of this. You! How dare you? This is that stupid bird thing. Let me E5S, the bane of my existence. Disgusting. You can leave these ones behind, Charlene. Don't worry, they don't need to come along. Gross. I believe it was called Raiden, but still. Ugh. I don't care about being the off-tank, it was just that mechanic in particular was horrible. Every single person who was off-tank that fight has the same opinion. It sucks. Because of that stupid bird. Otherwise, really cool fight. Just hate that bird. Ugh. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features? Oh! He's actually singing! If you get your camera close enough, listen. I mean... Okay, we're gonna pan the camera out. That's cute! Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. Final Fantasy IV sound effects? Yeah, I could see that. Thanks. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. Surely this big wheel is a point of an metallic tube. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? Must be because those cogs in the gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. Probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it, too. The mushroom-like thing? What is a mushroom-like thing? Oh. That looks like the trees in Greatest Endsvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Very scientific terms, you know. Very scientific, mushroom-like. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here, stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A brilliant A design brilliant in its simplicity, I dare say it would take only a moment to install it in even the harshest of environments. For us Loperids, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples of Etheirys sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Just build near water, yeah. Many settlements in Thanalan built near places. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Here, I worry we won't procure the necessary amount. If we can provide enough water to keep drying out completely, it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of machinery responsible for that feat. Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Captaloperus will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. Must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlian Hamlet. Will lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? Valid concern indeed. Could not help but notice many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, too many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth. Loperids may appear to be a potential, rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way, Trust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. Yeah, escort them bunnies. More valiant protector than could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Along Growing Way to the water extraction what's it. Everything's a what's it. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction what's it is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. to see if I've written the quest, obviously. Have this fruit. There you go. Friends, I bid you welcome to Mysticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray, follow me. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. Perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge will gain essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you can thrive. Did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. It's all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment vision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mariel Agronomics, as I imagine Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus. Will thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Ernage was about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let's brook no further delay. Saw that freaking thingy run into the screen and run out. It was one of the like stray pigs, whatever things I can't remember the names of. This is the place, yes. The heady aroma was enough to guide me here. Spotted several of the fruit and vegetables. Yum. Really love to try some, but I've read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples? Cooking way is now a come on, little dude. Ooh, a lookout spot. Not gonna get up there without flying. Oh. Fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. I'm not the only one. We've got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Grapes. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? See if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour, the taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. Tell me, what's your opinion of grapes? And they're okay. I know there's a perfect option for this, considering I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch, because I have. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Apple tree. Apple. Oh, it's an orange. Dark, I can't see. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianshe about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, I get to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. Color, that texture. Are they some sort of enormous round carrots? Eyes are pumpkin. Like? No, in any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than taste. Blech. It's so hard and flavorless, I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. But that all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures, masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. What's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder, though, if there is anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over here? Lemon? Oh, that's a lemon. Yep, here you go. Enjoy. What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. Since I've no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. Oh no. My tongue, is this poison? We just killed this poor rabbit. He's eaten nothing but carrots in his entire life, and now we put a lemon in his... A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Maybe sometime before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Oh wait, you're still following me. Okay. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. And it was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. First time, was it? Hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Oof, a bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. This is... delicious! Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes it can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, what will be consigned to history. Hard choices. Make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporrits, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. Therein lies its folly, and its downfall, for perfection is an unattainable ideal. It is the paradox of the immaculate character. But civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. Pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest. All too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. Be content with what we have and make the most of it. I don't think I've had a lemon muffin before either. But I'm sure the Loporrits would be very happy with this. I have had carrot muffins. They are delicious. They kind of taste like pumpkin pie. Very good. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. I'm gonna call you Cave Johnson Way. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking Way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. Once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. Don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of the Theris' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Arianche and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Yeah, honestly, I don't really like lemon stuff in general, so... Like, it's not a bad taste, I just don't like it. So I haven't had many lemon-related things. I could see that. Lemon kind of contrasts everything. Makes sense. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Imsolominsa is home to the Culinarians Guild, many less than savory establishments. I mean the Bismarck. Well, the Bismarck is the Culinarians Guild technically, but yes. Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final day. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there were some other way. Carolyn, I trust thy time at Mariel Agronomics did... bear fruit? Oh god. Puns. Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I'll gladly attend to each and every Loporrit here. Further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. Wonder how long this section is. I haven't even been into the center yet. Moisture farming. Guess I could teleport over there, but... That's the troll. Look, he's returned. I can't thank you enough. I know they may not look it, but trolls are really quite intelligent. Indeed, they're an intrinsic part of the woodlands of Labyrinthos, healthy and thriving. We have a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones. Most trolls, such as this one, are kind, docile things. In fact, my friend here has a real chance of becoming leader of his tribe, perhaps even guardian of the forest someday. Tribe, you say? Tribe, you say? I am hearing that the trolls may be a potential beast tribe. That's what I'm hearing. Hello. It is we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocated them within Labyrinthos. Thus, we have a responsibility to watch over them. Ensure they are well. Too cruel to dispose of one simply because they're under the weather. Ah yes, your reward, here, as promised. Now then, it's high time I saw this fellow return to the outer circuit. Farewell, adventurer. I need to scout the outer circuit for potential areas that they could hide a beast tribe area. Moving on. You seem sad. What's... Miss Carolyn, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. You want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? Pretty much. Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed, and a place of utmost tranquility. And it's not being stampeded around by a blasphemy, which I need to get back at some point. Gasp, gasp, I say. The star's so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. Oh, it is! It's just different, it's fine. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. Thought I heard tiny voices. Anchor it. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption, despite news of the coming end. I have the forum's leadership to thank for that. It doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurried to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. You can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Give use to people? Honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him? This is as good a place as any. Come. It's a fate right outside the doors. Oh. It's the one that I couldn't do before because it was almost done. Or that I didn't bother starting, I guess. Goblins. I see. Oh, plus I still have Twist of Fate on from last one I did. Jeez. Forgot about that. It is. Oh! I didn't even realize I was 89. Oh damn, I'm almost level 90. Okay. Whoop. It's one more fate. Yeah. Oh. It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? Burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see. What they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that is built with peerless Allegan technology. It's all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a star-faring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? If it doesn't, it'll fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. I mean, it's not that it doesn't work, it's just that it doesn't work well enough. But thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay its fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about? Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, the spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment. What if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left a star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and consider them as part of one great big cosmos, rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loperates to attend them? Excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Etheria. Learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Carolyn, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loperate. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loperate, and every Loperate in their place. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. Only make the work go that much slower. Huh? Singing? Okay. I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... pleasant conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy? Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. You see the pudding way. I know pudding way is in here, but still. Hyperventilating. Well, can I introduce you to a bunny? I hope you're not allergic. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There is no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment. And if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. Well, that is highly unlikely. Yes, yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Please go talk to the buttons. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. 8? There's 8 of these? Okay. Going back up the stairs again. Etherologist. Blasted assistants, where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery. It seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine. The Loperates are willing to help? Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. Oh no. Virago. My face? What's wrong with my... Ow. Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought aboard with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Loporits in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will. Thank you. Perhaps the biology itself might offer some... their biology itself might offer some clue as well. They're just buns. It's fine. Consult our collaborators? Suppose I would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate in fewer trips, should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible. There are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense played as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals, too. Huh? He's fine, just sore. Oh. Eh. There we go. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, and they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on gods know what, made by gods know who. Mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. I'm sure they will love it. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that I might speak with? Really? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. One more person somewhere. I think I've really checked this corner. There we go. How might I help you? Why, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman's doing better than you are. Arago! Hello. Oh, I see. So, actually find someone who needs help. Already up here. That's a sound or a word. You, yes, you idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. Ooh. It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Loperids. Oh. There's an anxious engineer who is probably who I am looking for. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. Crew from the moon. Why did I not think of that? Oh, they really are all in here. That's cute. In the long run, however, most of you won't die. That doesn't sound... probably not the most reassuring way to put it. Hold, Carolyn. Through thine efforts, word has spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated. Livingway doth gather more Loperids as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills. The new bonds of friendship might be. Greater matters require not thine attentions. Watch over them. Prithee.
So much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleepingway. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial.
Can't be as annoying as the pixies, so I'm sure it was fine.
Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget.
Brida's parents still haven't come into the story yet. And there they are.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions.
Oh crap, I cut him off. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Oh. Urianger at a loss for words.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Oh boy.
Likewise, old friend. Blavida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Aww.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
Plus, like, they were friends since they were little kids, so her parents probably view him like a son, too. So they were probably so worried that he was, like, sad and alone. Aww.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you.
Oh, see?
Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Hug her, damn it! Thank God. Nobody hugs in this game.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be.
This is really cute.
I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Now, if only Azael had something of this caliber. No offense, I love Moonbrita. She's great. But certain dead characters get way more attention, and unfortunately Azael is someone who doesn't get this kind of treatment, even though she deserves it too. I'm just happy that Moonbrita's getting some attention. She deserves it. She's a good character. She was only here for like 2 patches, maybe. But I love her dearly. So this makes me very happy. Oh, you must be one of the Scions, correct? Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as comrades. Urianger is too, I'm sure, and I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time. Classical Rogadan language isn't so different from Eorzean. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed to glow. I knew it had chosen her. She would be a beacon, self-same light. Of course, we'd later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for Sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was. But fiery as my Moonbrita was, she was always kind and gentle. Carolyn, be assured that I am fine. I am. So glad to see them, too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Now has my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporrit. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their station. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so I shall remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Till later. Ether current quest. Oh, there's Gian running by. What am I to do? Ah, you're that adventurer who helped out the students of Baldessian, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. Why is your son here? Yeah, why was there a child here in the first place? Ah yes, simply put, my wife and I work at Aporia, and she happened to conceive whilst we were living here in Charlian Hamlet. Ah, so he was born here, that's unfortunate. I assure you we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos or entrust the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising the child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future that our offspring will inherit. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely. There's no telling what he might impart onto others. He has spent his entire life thus far within the confines of Charlian Hamlet. We recently had a slight spat with him, and, well, he decided to flee. I imagine me going after him would have only made things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? I'm sure he'd be much more willing to listen to anyone other than his parents at this point. I got you. I'll find your kid. Thank you. Verpalane, my boy, is most likely in the plaza to the east. I cannot imagine he struck out any further. There's another one over here. Oh, there's Gian again. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? You do have a worldly look about you. As a gleaner, I too have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where is the farthest you have ventured? I mean, do you want to know within this world, or like... I'll just say the Far East. Far East, the literal edge of the world. That is quite far indeed. Aye, you should do nicely. See, I need a more experienced traveler to say a prayer for me before I leave for Dirabania. But do me the honor, the reactor operator by the tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose. That's the main thing. The other ones are in this direction. There's only one more left. 500, and it's probably around this Aporia one, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. Oh, hey! Kid, what's up? Well, who are you? Oh, crap. I am not going to go home so easily. You probably won't believe me either, but I've noticed that all is not right in Labyrinths. Why don't you try telling me first? Fine, I shall tell you what I've seen. The color of the artificial light here changed recently. I'm sure most people haven't noticed. When you spend your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up, all because of my age. Got into a big fight with Father about it. The Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke? That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Although I'm scared to venture outside on my own. They say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you would come with me. I could pay you. It's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. I'll gladly take your money. No, you don't need to pay me. Thought you were different from the rest, but now you're treating me like a child, too. This is a proper deal, alright? You've got to take my money and make it binding. I mean, if... okay. Then it's settled. You know what doesn't matter when the... You know what? If the light in Labyrinthos is failing, it doesn't matter if we're leaving soon. There goes Gian on a fat chocobo. Farewell, child. I will not do that right now. Fate again. It'll give us 6 fates. And that is now enough for the thing from the bicolor gemstone guy, which will get that. You're here for the crystal. I hope it does some good for that gleaner. Those folks need all the luck they can get. Lanterns light the way through the darkness, a tool that can mean the difference between life and death. They are synonymous with safe passage, and as such, it has become custom in recent days to include crystals inside with the prayers of a more seasoned traveler. And today, that traveler is you. Simply face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveler to be. So, thank you. A colleague recently told me about the power of Akasha, a concept taught in Radzatan, and how it reacts to strong emotion. I wonder if this method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of that power. Well, that should about do it. With luck, your prayers will help guide the gleaner safely through the perils of his journey. We're gonna go get the riding map first. Mount speed up. Just as we're about to be able to fly. But not at the same time or after like the other maps that Relpas. So. Do you have a lantern crystal for me? I do. Go. Look. You have my thanks. With your prayer fueling its light, I have faith that it will keep it safe until my return. Now I depart for Girabania. Hope your travels are successful, as well as mine. Yay. Okay, so now all I have is the MSQ one and 2 scavenger hunt ones, which are probably in the vicinity of where I am going. And we're zooming now, so like, hell yeah. Gross. On beta. Should be one here somewhere. It's like open. Something good. Oh no, it doesn't. I'm disappointed. All they say is like here, and I'm like, nah, have fun with those boxes. I gotta be prepared. Be right back. That's not an ether current. $700, yeah. Yeah, that's in the other area. We'll worry about that later. Squeal? Is this the box that has the thing in it? Is there a beaver in that box? Carolyn, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Elfino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Deliver the crates. 3 minutes. Let's go. Be running. Also assume I cannot get hit, so I'm just gonna stick to the edges. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. You have my gratitude. How did you come to be involved in this? Oh, I was just struggling with the boxes. Then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. Should be everything. Carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we've finished. Leopoldin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance. Considering where we are, you might even learn something interesting. .506 to the south. Okay, it might not actually be in the middle then. It's still quite a distance to the south. Let's go off course. It's water? What is water? Really, really shallow water. 197. $166. 10. Oh hey, the ether current. There it is. Always nice when you don't have to look for it. I'm gonna unplug this last little sliver here. Just Gamma. It's that A rank from before. A different place this time. Teleporting back, I'm lazy. When we hit 90, we're gonna like detour off and go finish the role quests. We don't have to for MSQ, but I'd like to do it before MSQ starts like popping off, you know? Which I feel like it already is, but like it's gonna get more intense very soon probably. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet. Series 110. Rates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Forshno's children, are you not? Alphino and Alize, at your service. You're well acquainted with Father, I take it? Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studio. I remember when you were yay-high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. It's good to see you again, wielding your father's newless, no less. You knew our parents when they were young? What were they like? Pray, spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take 1? Wait, right there. You'll find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphino and Alize. I'm certain they will be back soon enough. Are you not one of the scions of the 7th Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. Theopolin's paperwork. I was getting to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents in my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Sharlayan has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Stymie. Pronounced. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. Twins' papers only needed to be delivered elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return with a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd ask to hear, to read. Of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Levaeur name garners such respect in Sharlayan is your family's storied history. You can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Nirncraft's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I never thought much of it myself, not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. That's why Nirncraft's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Till your grandfather's time, Archon Louisoix looked not to Nirncraft's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations, led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolent. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisoix lived by that personal creed and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Sharlayan or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son, yet Fortuno could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy which he believed so fervently it made pariah of his father. Fortuno agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. The son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fortuno's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. Should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure the specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three. Raha, surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments. I've delayed too long as it is. How about you, Carolyn? Can you spare the time? Yeah, let's go. What's up? Perfect. This shouldn't take long. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Kokol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part, then. We'll see you in Charlene Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way, then. Show me the spaceship. We're not going to be able to see it. Dream. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. Expect us to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. And ask that you put down any that draw too near. They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here if you will. everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Coco will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone. You, and only you, into Elpith. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Allag, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allagan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Allag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Sounds on brand, technically. Remember his life. I believe he had his own reasons. There is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Asians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. Not his memory, though. What drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak? Natural disposition towards which they are inclined. Did I not say this? I said this, like, yesterday and earlier today. But, like, yeah, there's similar... This is not a theory, this is a fact, bud. We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Allag that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Xande. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness of their hearts. Facilitating Xande's return, Amon proved these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own lives. There's something that wasn't explicitly stated before, but seemed like it would probably be the case. Our only real basis for comparison would have been us and Ardbert. But yeah, the more I see it, the more I was like, huh. This confirms it, at least. Or would have, had not Xande been convinced by his own death, life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end. Still the people knew purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. Both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. Yet, reach those stars on wings of adamantite, travel to the end of creation, and promise of hope everlasting. That much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Coco is getting on? I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Grandma, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Oh. The last Ether Current quest. I do trust you to deliver on your promise. I do. Only, I hate waiting. I want that adamantite, and I want it now. We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. This sitting about's unbearable. Pity the Forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Yet you gone, mistakes to me. And a sore heart. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I'll join you in Charlian Hamlet soon. I have actually realized that I do get experience from doing the role quests, so by doing them, I will probably get to 90 and just be able to do them in a chain. So give me a quick second. I'm going to be right back, and then we're going to go and do the role quests. Okay. And back to Gridania. We're gonna do the role quest. I'm pretty confident I'll get enough XP from doing that to tip to 90, which will finish them. Take a small detour to Gridania before things start to go nuts. Carolyn, the Elder Seedseer has grown strong enough to receive visitors. Come, we must go to Stillglade Fane at once. Elder Seedseer, it fills my heart with joy to see you in better health. I'm gladdened by your presence as well, my friend. Lest you wonder, know that the conjurers found no trace of the poison in my... If you are ready, I will resume our search for Gleipnir. They may be up to the task, but you are not. It is one thing to engage in conversation, quite another to go gallivanting about the Twelveswood hunting a blasphemy. I am aware you are a conjurer of passing skill, and would not presume to gainsay your judgment, but have my wounds not healed? Those visible to the naked eye, perhaps. I worry that the strain of your communion with the Great One has taken a toll on you in ways we may struggle to perceive. The Great One is a being of purest ether, and you were exposed to its unbridled despair, its raw terror. There may be consequences. I am aware of that, but Gleipnir must be stopped. Blasphemy is laid low, people will continue to die. How am I to carry out my duty, cloistered here? How am I to deliver the forest and its despair? It is your duties that demand you remain. Understand your frustration, but if you were to fall in battle, or guiding light there were to fade, all Gridania would be. Rest, Connie. Rest and gather your strength so when the time comes to do what must be done. In the meantime, trust in your ally. You are right. That said, I see no reason I cannot join in planning our next step. As you said before, conversation is quite unlike gallivanting about on a hunt. Our encounter with Gleipnir has made it plain that we cannot hope to triumph over it as we are. Only with the Great One's power can we win victory. When the 7th Umbral Calamity was the Great One committed a portion of its boundless strength to extend a barrier over heaven and earth, the Ermin Hedge. Thus was the 12-Split spared the worst. If we could convince it to again lend us even a small measure of that power, we would need not fear the poison. Therefore, I believe we should pour our efforts into placating the elementals, that we might earn their favor. Freaking old conjurer stuff. Oh man. Always a fan of cross-class quest stuff. Ugh, the quieting worked before. It may again. Ah, of course. You are the inheritor of Eitawa's will. Raya-O and Arun praised the wisdom and bravery displayed on that day. Screenshot, screenshot, screenshot. I'm very happy about all the cross stuff happening in this. Indeed, we were very nearly overrun by the creatures the Great One called to its defense. But this time is different. The Great One quakes with such fear that it cannot even bear to behold its enemy, let alone fight it. So we must first find a way to dispel this fear that binds it, and reassure it that together we can defeat Gleipnir. Only then will it hearken to our words. I think, too, that we must gain a greater understanding of what drives Gleipnir. It seems to bear resentment towards the elementals, the Great One in particular. Why? I have pondered this question myself. Lingering memories of the person Gleipnir once was may be responsible. Reports from Mazatlan suggest this is likely the case, in fact. If we could but ascertain the original identity of the blasphemy, but where are we even to begin our investigation? My echo memories. You were granted a vision of Gleipnir's past? I was there? Then I may know who he is, or was. As do I. Boy who trained alongside Kane in her youth. Asura Super. I didn't realize they didn't just have single letter names. Whoa. Asura Super, after all these years, is this what became of him? Ah, you mentioned him briefly before. Close? Asura was Pajali, like me, but he had never known his parents, and devoted himself wholly to his studies. He embraced the role the forest had bestowed upon him. Truth be told, much better student than I ever was. Fair assessment. Despite your esteemed heritage, you never took to my lessons as well as he, never dreaming of the outside world, stealing off into the woods more times than I can count. I could not keep watch over you at all hours, not even if I tried. The Elder Seedseer, a rebellious spirit? I can scarce imagine it. I resented being a Pajal. It was inconceivable to me that I could not live among the others, and I did not scruple to express my misgivings to Isumian at every opportunity. Asura was a pillar of constant support. It's thanks to his encouragement that I at last embraced my destiny and resolved to use my gifts for the greater good. We would become seed seers together, I believed, till one fateful day when we were gathering herbs in the forest at Isumian's behest. We met a wanderer hailing from a distant land, plus his beloved was with child, and that he had traveled to Gridania to beseech the Great One for a painless birth. He asked us to guide him to the guardian tree. However, entry into such sacred places was not ours to permit, and there was something odd about his demeanor besides. With regret, I refused him, but Asura was loath to turn away a goodly stranger in need. He agreed to guide the man, despite my protestations. I ran to Isumian as fast as I could, and together we made haste to the guardian. We found the man motionless on the ground, having succumbed to the Great One's rage, and next to him was Asura, alive but unconscious. In time, he recovered and related the whole story. In truth, the man had been an adventurer, a seeker of wealth and glory, and as he had knelt to make false supplications, he lunged forward to tear a branch from the guardian tree. He was yet a child, and Asura had no inkling of the darkness that could dwell within men's hearts. He learned the lesson that day. The price he paid for it was great indeed. The Great One stripped Asura of his horns, and with them the right to call himself a Pajal. Was forced to eject him from the Fane. I didn't know that was possible. Was he still immortal? See, here's the thing about White Mage quests. They're boring. They're extremely boring. What's interesting is learning about the Pajal. But they never focus on that. The Stormblood one did. That's why I liked it, even though it was still kind of boring. They're so interesting, and we know freaking nothing about them. I didn't know you could, like, freaking pop them off and what? Is he still alive? I never saw him again, nor heard a word of what had become of him, though not for lack of trying. Despite his hardships, did he remain in the Twelveswood all the time, I wonder? He dreamed of naught else but becoming a seed seer, of a life in service to the people of the forest. He knew the weight of the responsibility and was eager to bear it. But he was deprived of that purpose by the very elementals he loved, and yet he did not lose that will to serve, I suspect, and instead resolved to watch over the Twelveswood in his own way. So I guess this wasn't that long ago, so if he wasn't immortal, he would still theoretically be alive. But he's probably still immortal, just like not recognized. I shudder to think what could have hastened his transformation into Gleipnir, as if his life was not harsh enough. Oh, mind if I grill you for Pajali questions, please? In our final conversation, Asura confided in me to search for a means to calm the Great One's rage and earn absolution. To that end, he said that he would seek the counsel of the Mughals. They have called the Twelveswood home for far longer than we have, and so none are more like to have knowledge of its most hidden work. That comes as no surprise. He would not give up so easily on his dream. Even if the Mughals know not of Asura, they may be able to help us in other ways. To travel to the Bramble Patch in my stead, Carolyn, I have faith they will accept you. Charismatic aplomb. Got it. Go kill Moogle King again. That does feel like a very strong like, I understand, like, we gotta follow the rules, and the rules say we have to... That still feels like a harsh punishment for someone who made one mistake and got their ass pretty thoroughly beat for it. Like, he got knocked around quite a bit. Welcome to the Black Shroud. I don't think we've actually... This is like the actual part of it, not like the crappy slave part. Oop-de-coop will throw you for a loop. This is one of the Moggle's guard. I'm sure you could see that I am armed. If it's all the same to you, we don't want any. Move along, Kupo. Pika. Huh, quite a peculiar face you have, Kupo. Familiar, too. You wouldn't be the self-same warrior who gave the legendary Moggle's guard what for, would you? Carolyn, was it? The very same. Aha, it's an honor to meet you. Allow me to thank you, personally, for bringing that silliness to an end. Pika is the name. What brings you to our neck of the 12's Wood? Why, what a pleasant coincidence. We were just discussing how we ought to go about calming the elementals, Kupo. Blasphemy with the dreadful horns has got them on edge, and for good reason. I've had to ask my personal guard here to sleep with one eye open. In case you haven't noticed, the beast's corruption has been spreading all throughout the woods. Needless to say, we've all got to stand up and put the 12's Wood to rights. Raya-O suggested that the Moogles contribute by scouring the forest for even the smallest signs of taint. Gotta cleanse it before it gets out of hand, you know? Difficult and time-consuming work, but service to the forest. I'd gladly do it. Kupo? Hey, I know you! You're the adventurer who gave me some of my finest scars. Coop-de-coop of the Moggle's Guard. No hard feelings about the whole Hail to the King, Kupo bit, I hope. Not going to call for a rematch either, in case you're worried about that. Raya-O and the others cured us of our tempering, and afterwards sat us down for a stern lecture. No more calling upon good King Moggomog the 12th for us. May he ever remain unsummoned in his royal grace and splendor. Indeed, and what better way to make up for past indiscretions than to serve the realm? Even now, our kin scour every ilm of the 12's Wood. It would be remiss not to do our part. We would be overjoyed to have a hero such as you helping us as well, if you're willing. Something tells me you have a sharp eye for the taint we seek to cleanse. Can we count on you, Kupo? Your reputation for magnanimity is well deserved. Let's begin by moving to higher ground, that we may survey the area and locate any particularly nasty spots of blight. Oh! Up. Okay. Never talked to somebody in the air before. This is exciting. Oh, you were able to make your way up here after all. I was worried you'd be stuck. Apologies for leaving you behind. It was so easy to forget that your kind lacked wings, Kupo. Now then, where is it? There, to the south. Let us cleanse that festering taint at once. Sliding off into the distance. Grass here is so brittle, Kupo. Restoring this area will surely put pep in the Great One's step. If it had feet, that is. This is not related. That was some fine work, Kupo. I dare say it's in even better shape than it was before. The others are doubtless flittering about, stamping out corruption wheresoever it rears its hideous head. If I were the Great One, I would be applauding our efforts. Well, insofar as such a being without hands can clap, I suppose. How goes the taint cleansing? Oop. I did what I could, but I swear, as soon as I've finished with one area, 2 more start manifesting a fresh taint. The forest's ability to heal itself is waning, and this sickness is spreading too fast for even a legion of Moogles to manage. If we don't come up with a better solution soon. The situation is more grave than we imagined, Kupo. Oh, what do we do? We should maintain our efforts to purify the forest regardless, since there are only so many of us who also help the forest to remember how to help itself. A brilliant idea, I think. How do we go about doing that? Well, I was just getting to that part, Kupo. I've got it. We perform the friending. Friending? What in the name of good King Mogomog XII, may he shower us with love and compassion and Kupo nuts, is that? Truth be told, I couldn't remember the ancient rite's name, so I just made something up on the spot, Kupo. Well, let's forget about that for now and move on to the stuff I do remember. It's an old ceremony, first performed when the nation of Gridania was but a spark of an idea of a random thought in its founders' heads. They knew that if they were to establish a home within the Twelveswood, they would first have to entreat the elementals for permission. So a mage in their company found and cleansed a few sources of foul ether, planting saplings in their place, consecrated the soil with a prayer to show the forest the purity of their intention. The elementals were so taken with his display that not only did they permit his people to settle within the forest, they also bestowed upon him their blessing as proof of their new covenant. Oh. Ah, I remember now. The Gridanians still honor the agreement to this day. For every tree that is cut down, a sapling is planted. So if we follow history's example, we soothe the forest's pain and also nourish it with new. That's right, Kupo. Hi, I'm standing right here. You're gonna talk to me or to each other? Oh, but I wasn't finished with the story. Remember the mage who planted those sacred saplings? He was none other than Joran, sire of Ohakpota, the very first Pajal. Ah, more Pajal lore. Let me screenshot that. Really interested in Pajal lore, honestly. From that day forward, the elementals would bless a select few hires with horns, favoring them with their fellowship. Pajal were exalted by all the peoples of the Twelveswood. Even we Mughals look upon them with awe. And that's how it all began. Unkpo? You have a strange look on your face. I mean, the whole issue, if that is... Both of these are good points. Because, like, he is a Pajal, and that could be explaining why the Great One's so upset. I don't think this is relevant. I mean, it is, but it's not. It is, but it isn't, you know? This feels more relevant to what we're talking about right now. Gleipnir may be a Pajal, a former Pajal at least. How dreadful. What exactly are you saying? That could be what's making the tree so, like, freaked out, and the elementals freaked out, because that's, like, one of their chosen humans that is trying to kill them. So, the man you think may have become Gleipnir was a Pajal stripped of his blessing, and the blasphemy kills with a poison that manifests symptoms that resemble those of the creature's death. I feel sorry for this Aesir. Love the elementals, only to be shunned by them. Surrounded by the beauty of the Twelveswood, know that he was forever an outsider, all for a child's mistake. That despair could easily have caused him to turn, and this poison that preys upon those who bear the Twelveswood's blessings, fires, just like the Creeping Death once did, would be another manifestation of that despair. Absolutely. That would explain the elemental's unease, Kupo. We must redouble our efforts to plant saplings, or they might never speak to us again. Indeed. Well, first things first, we must gather as many saplings as we can. Carolyn, wait for us at the Adder's Nest. We're ready for a long and back-breaking day. It's Kate! It's Kate! Hello, Kate! Okay, bye. Tried to pet you, but you ran away. Well, funny boy in a maid outfit. How original. This is the 4th one I've seen. Welcome back, Carolyn. Did the Mughals have any insight into our problems? A reenactment of the ceremony which laid the foundation of Britannia. Fitting plan given the gravity of the threat our nation now faces. As ever, there is much work to be done before we can even begin. While the Mughals gather saplings, we shall continue to scour the 12 Sword for new beasts that must be purged. Let us pray that the Elder Seed Seer regains her strength quickly as well. For now, take a rest, my friend. 'Tis a rare indulgence to you, one you've earned 1,000 times over. Staring so intensely at my XP bar. Oh, I'm absolutely hitting 90 from these. Which is going to be perfect, because this will... Yeah, this is going to work out perfectly. Heart's true. Leibniz has not been seen since our last encounter. This brief respite may be our best chance to quell the Great One's terror. Moogle. Make way for the saplings, Kupo. We've had plenty of practice cultivating our gardens, so selecting the most robust ones was a simple matter. That was the hardest work, so you can help us with the easy part. See a spot of corruption, cleanse the taint, and plant the sapling in its place. Well, do it enough times, and the Great One is sure to understand that we're doing all we can to heal the forest. We shall brighten its mood. See to the East Shroud. You should have no trouble taking care of the rest. Your efforts are much appreciated. We will begin without further delay. Trust you will not object to my company. I dare say healing the forest is one task for which I am more qualified. Elder Seedseer, are you well enough to leave the city? I should like to think I have been for some time. In any event, Tsumi has finally grown tired of my objections and ceased his attempts to detain me for... Allow me to be the one to consecrate these saplings. It would be an honor to offer words of thanks to the fort bounty. Please do, Kupo. A prayer from the Elder Seedseer herself will surely hasten their growth from tiny sapling to towering tree. Such is my hope. As Joran did before me, I shall approach the Great One in friendship, that it might see through the veil of fear that blinds it, and remember our covenant. Let us begin by cleansing all traces of corruption in the central shroud. To green tier, the sense of the flow of ether has become warped. Impressive, Kupo. Not even my keen eyes could spot corruption from such a distance. It is but one of many talents I owe to the elementals. Well then, shall we be on our way? Oh god, you got a real queue going on there, Storm. Damn. It's going. We're getting there. Almost done. Only 2 more left. Basically, I am level 89. Doing the 89 quest. That's gonna tip me over to 90, and then I'll be able to do the 90 quest. Then I can continue MSQ and waste all the experience for the last 2 levels of MSQ. That's fine. I don't mind. Tons of ways to get this experience. Ah! This is what I think of when I think of Chigo. Wait. Oh, they do look like mosquitoes. What? I always thought they were more round. Never realized they look so much like regular mosquitoes. Huh. So I was kind of assuming they looked like the mini Chigo does. Like, look at how round this little funky dude is. I always thought they were like that. Huh. These Chigos are about to have a bad time. Ooh, lobby error. Ooh. In gratitude for your boundless blessings for this gift, may it nourish you as you nourish us. Last, the earth is cleansed. There is a settlement not far from here. To tell them of this sapling, bid them watch over and keep it safe from harm. Of course, Elder Seer. I'll relay your words forthwith. We'll give the people hope to know that they can aid in the restoration of the 12 Sword. Thank you, and now we must go. Silent Arbor. There's something foul impedes the flow of ether. Let us hurry. Air, water. The injury has begun to heal. Our next destination lies to the north. Near Hurst Mill, I believe. It is faint, for we are far from the source. Nevertheless, I am certain it is there. Come. I haven't been to Hurst Mill Huts. Whew. It's fortunate that corruption is faint. A simple prayer should suffice to cleanse this soil, for which we may plant the sapling. I sense no other disruptions in the etheric flow, which leads me to believe that the Mughals have already seen to the remainder. Indeed, the 12s would sighs with a contentment I have not felt in a long while, but it will serve to will it serve to placate the Great One? I cannot say. Not until we visit the Guardian. Excuse me, but you're the Elder Seedseer, aren't you? What brings you all the way to our village? Corruption that had upset the balance of ether, but that we have since cleansed with prayer and saplings. Thus has the 12s wood reclaimed a measure of been planting trees? We have. The elementals have suffered much of late. With these offerings, we endeavor to raise their spirits. Elder Seedseer, I've got to protest. What of your people's spirits? We who dread every step we must take out of doors. That terrible monster is still out there, preying upon innocent folk without rhyme or reason, and if it doesn't strike us dead where we stand, its poison will finish the job. I know that you are afraid, but you and yours suffer still. However, 'tis under the auspices of the elementals that we may call the 12s wood home. They too cry out for deliverance. Even the Great One here, for the blasphemies continue. To ignore their plight is to invite greater tragedy for us all. Rest assured, however, that I have not forgotten the needs of the people. We bring comfort to the elementals and renew our sacred ties, that we might enlist the aid of the Great One, combating Gleipnir, the suffocating disease spreads. So I pray you continue to put your faith in our guardians, and in me. Would that we could, Elder Seedseer, but we've been dealing with death and sickness since before Gleipnir's coming. They say the creeping death's nothing to fear these days, but we know better. One of ours caught it not long ago. We gave her the cure, had plenty on hand. For a while we thought it would be alright. By the time we realized it hadn't done a damn thing, it's too late to call for a conjurer. It was a sad day for all of us when she passed, but for none more so than her poor husband, Supin. He was beside himself with grief, and who could blame him? Then came Gleipnir to compound our woes. Supin? Okay, well that explains he did age afterwards. Supin, it cannot be. Do you speak of Aesura, Supin? Aesura? No, Supin was an odd one. No one had mistaken for a Pajal. Supin wasn't even his real name. That'd be Elenia. His wife was fond of calling him Supin for some reason. He caught on with the rest of us. See. And what did Elenia look like? Well, I'd say he'd seen no more than 30 summers, kept to himself, came and went with nary a word at times, though after he met his beloved, he became more of a fixture, friendly even. His wife was a sickly lass, but she had the spirit. Spirit's not enough to beat the creeping death. Pity we couldn't do anything for her. Finally made a new life for himself here. Thank you for recounting Elenia's story. Sad though it was, it has helped me to better understand how much you all have suffered. I promise that you will have cause to celebrate soon. Till then, I implore you again to place your faith in the elementals and in me. Together we shall overcome this crisis. So, well, Connie's actual... Connie, like, stopped aging at around 18 or so, but she is actually about 20-something. She's actually fairly young for a Pajal. But if her and Aesura were around the same age, then he would have also been around, like, late 20s, too. Which checks out. If he had started aging again after they ripped his horns off. That checks out. Despite what he said, I am certain this Elenia was Aesura Supin. Think that he was living so close by for all those years, searching for new purpose and finding true love. Only to be robbed of that fulfillment too. Were he still a Pajal, empowered by the elementals, could he have saved her? He would have dwelt on the question, night after sleepless night. I know I would have. Mayhap in the end he came to blame the elementals for his helplessness, for her death. in despair was consumed. Aye, the animosity would linger, endure, and in vengeance would Gleipnir find its final purpose. We have done all we can to show the Great One the purity of our intent. Let us hope that we will be accepted as friends. Supplications cannot have escaped the Great One's notice. May be enough to receive an audience. O Great One, may I abide ever beneath your boughs, embraced by your compassion, grace, and wisdom. Distill the fear within your heart, and know that I am your faithful servant. This bodes well. Yes. I'm assuming we are speaking to the Great One. Yeah, didn't know they could do this. Hajal stuff, you know? Would have been cool to know. Anyway. All feeling. Passing corruption. Refreshed. Renewed green. Flesh restored. Child of child. Covenant honored. Friend. Friendship. It worked. The Great One speaks through the Elder Seedseer. We were right to follow Joran's example. Corruption is but one aspect of a greater threat. Profanities spawn, despair's orphan, sadness and anger, sadness, death's prayer, one and all, poison potent, wounds unmending, withering bark, no strength, care. After all we have done, you deny it. After all the Elder Seedseer has endured, she has pledged herself to you, devoted her life to the 12 Split. People cried out for salvation, and she answered. The elementals cried out for deliverance, and she answered. Only you can help us now. If not, then we are lost. She is lost. Please, I beg you. We beg you. The whole gang's here. Is that Marwena? Pausing for a quick second. As part of the reason why the I'm trying to remember if the elementals, you couldn't talk to them normally, and you could only talk to them through, like, weird emotion crap. I'm not sure if they're gonna touch on that, and I might be wrong, but we're always talking about how it required very specific people. It's not just, like, watching the flow of ether. Like it was something else. Oh. Interesting. Anyway. What are you doing here? So, like, if these guys are, like, if that's true, and they're, like, really, like, desperately pleading for help from this Great One. It probably, like, sense how desperately it needs their help and maybe something. We've been dependent on the Seed Seers all our lives, blaming them whenever something goes wrong, without ever considering what we might do ourselves. Aye, but no longer. The Elder Seed Seer has gone to incredible lengths for her people, and so her people have come to return the favor. If her plea alone is not convincing enough, then we will raise our voices in support. We couldn't let them make the journey without protection. That, and we couldn't let them put us to shame. We too have come to stand with the Elder Seed Seer and beseech the Great One for aid. Okay, it's not Rowena. It just looks suspiciously like Rowena. We all want the same thing, don't we? Peace restored to the forest. So please, share what you can, however little. Do not forsake us. Do not forsake her. Kane, Covenant's child, walks with man, with elemental, her of ancient faith, unbroken. Cannot, will not break faith, to man, render up flesh. Then you would help us? Flesh, branches, take and join to oldest elders, renew bond as one stir. What? Raise up the heavens, covenant symbol, our staff, all join, all blue, all peace. My duty weighed heavy on my heart, so heavy that at times I scarce remember to breathe. For days and nights I worried I would be found wanting. But by your faith and trust has the path forward been revealed to us. You came hither, united in purpose, and bared your hearts before the great. Aye, nay, Gridania is forever in you. Been granted a special stick. Any special sticks? Ooh. Well, what do they do? May I rely on you all once more. I bid you take these branches to every corner of the 12's wood, join them to the eldest trees, that we might finally win free of this despair. It shall be done, Elder Seedseer, we swear it. Once the trees have been bound together in spirit, I shall carry out the Great One's final instruction and cast its cleansing power all across the 12's wood. Yet I must remind you, my friends, that Gleipnir still stalks the forest. It will not remain idle. It will attempt to stop us. Go with hope in your hearts, but do not lose sight of the danger. Bringing me back to Gridania. Okay. I admit, For a moment I thought it wouldn't work, but the Elder Seedseer moved not only the hearts of the people, but that of the forest itself. Her final task appears to be a bit more complicated than the Great Ones made it sound, and so she must scour the ancient texts before the time comes, and consult with the Seedseer Council to make sure all goes according to plan. It's just as well. We still need to wait until the others have joined the Great One's branches to the many ancient trees scattered throughout the Twelveswood. Then, of course, there is the matter of Gleipnir. He will not go peacefully as we work to hasten his demise. When he comes, we must be ready. And... yay! Level 90. Now have the skill. Don't know where to put it on my bar. I will have to figure that out. Go here for now. This can go... I don't know where this can go. Go there. I have a square. It's not right. I'll have to think about it later. But I should... I'm assuming... So this is only going to be relevant when there's 3 or more enemies. Other than that, it's going to just be up the entire time, so... So it's probably worth just, like, sticking it off in a corner somewhere. I wonder if you... Oh. Moving on. Ooh. Fancy materia. It's got gold filigree. Anyway. Level 90. Impeccable timing as always, Carolyn, but moments ago the Elder Seedseer sent word to go and fetch you. She's already on her way and will explain everything herself when she arrives. I am not in level 90 gear. This might potentially be hard. We'll see. Hasn't really been yet, but you never know. Children of the Twelveswood, both Moogle and man alike, have sallied forth, branches in hand, to the far reaches of the forest. Soon their task shall be complete. Though the shadow of death yet looms large, they do not allow despair into their hearts. They hold fast to their faith in a brighter future. We shall see hope rewarded. By the grace of the elementals, consign these grim days need only succeed in summoning the Ermine Head. You may recall that the Great One's words were muddled and esoteric. I believe it was an instruction to carry out this esoteric ceremony in order to expunge the corruption fouling the forest. The once tainted earth may begin to mend. For you see, when the Ermine Hedge last was formed, it was to protect the Twelveswood from threats without. The Great One acted as a guardian, embracing the woods to shield them, the Father would his child. On this occasion, we will call upon it to nourish and revitalize, as a mother nurses her child to make them strong against sickness. Channeling the power of the elementals in this way, we can stem the spread of Gleipnir's poison. The scars of its passing will finally heal. At least, that was what the Great One intended to say, I believe. The Seedseer Council agrees with my interpretation and has permitted me to perform the ceremony. I have in my possession a single branch, the final one to be attached to the eldest tree of the Twelveswood. For all that you have done to aid us thus far, I ask you accept this honor. Who better to set the final stone in this new foundation for everlasting? You have sacrificed so much for the sake of others. If we had even a sliver of your courage, we could move mountains. Thank you. or the stick. I will go and tie it to a tree. Thank you, my friend. We will find the tree of which I spoke in front of the Leatherworkers Guild. Let us depart. Really? In Gridania? It's convenient. Woo. Oh! Oh, that's a tree. Ah, I see you still have the elephant head. Look to the boughs above, and you will see a spot where the bark has been discolored by age and the there you must affix the brand. I gotta climb the tree? To ascend the ancient trunk and affix the branch of the guardian tree to the weathered bark as directed by the elder seed seer. Of course they won't show that. I thought that was a rock, not gonna lie. I never looked up. You are quite the climber. And with that, all preparations are now complete. Let us return to the guardian tree, and with the aid of the Great One, deliver salvation to the whole of the 12's Wood. Back we go. Ugh. So, Storm, since I assume you did the melee DPS one, how was it? Did you enjoy it? Don't tell me about it, but was it neat? I can't remember which nation was for melee. Was it Ishgard? Ishgard was either melee or caster, I can't remember. I don't remember. Limsa for melee. Oh, okay. Was it like as involved? Was like Merleweb following you around and stuff? Like what's happening here? Or... Because, like, it's kind of neat. Yeah, cool. I like Merlot. She's cool. If it is truly Azura's lingering resentment for the elementals that drives the blasphemy, then it will surely come. For the sake of the man he was, I must try to appeal to his reason. But should I fail, then we will have no recourse but to fight. Regardless, this day we shall bid farewell to Gleipnir. I mean, we're gonna have to fight him no matter what. Item level, 550. I'm only 18 off of that. I'll be fine. Just be a little careful. Yeah, this one hasn't had anything particularly exciting fight-wise, but I assume, like, oh, it's gonna just, like, do something here. Through the branches of the guardian tree, the 12's Wood is become as one. In summoning the Ermine Hedge, every ilm of these sacred lands will be imbued with the Great One's nourishing ether. The forest will be empowered to heal itself, break free of Gleipnir's despair. The ceremony is complex and delicate, and I must maintain. Trust you will do what is necessary to see that I am not interrupted. Gleipnir comes. Defend the Elder Seed Seer. Ooh, blasphemy. Gleipnir. Cool. I always take pictures of title cards. Are the elementals so deserving of your scorn? Do you hate me too for my horns? I knew a boy once, a boy who called them gifts, symbols of the blessings he resolved to share with the world. Yet the beast before me now brings naught but misery and death, marks its victims with chains to bind and condemn, share in its suffering. I was not there for you then, but I am here for you now, to unmake what has come. We shall begin the ceremony. Stand fast, and remember what we fight for. So, like, we didn't actually resolve the fact that, like, one scratch from this dude poisons us. Irrevocably. Ooh! Final Fantasy X dance again. Always down for that. Freaking performing the sending. Okay. We're gonna slap Gleipnir around. Hey, look at sending, more or less. I don't think we actually, yeah, we didn't actually solve the fact that, like, one slap from this dude apparently kills everything. Hold on, 1, 2, 3. Honk. Pain is too much to bear. I cannot move. Oh, there we go. I have indeed been poisoned. Poisoning guy is good. So what do I do about this poison? Like, I'm... Oh! I still have the poison. Cusco's poison. Poison for Cusco. I have been poisoned. And so I assume... One, 2, 3, 4. No. Stop that. Oh. Well, I can't eat all of those. Can I? Oh, they'll all follow me. Okay. Hey, come over here. So, like, we get poisoned, but once the ceremony is done, it gets rid of it. Is that the Baron plot? We'll find out in a second. We have failed. Why have we failed? Shall not kneel before your fury. Maybe if you didn't freaking stand in the bad stuff. Here, take this. Bring him in here. Get him in here. Come on. all up in here. Wasn't really that impressive. You didn't actually kill very much. No. Stop that. We're at 95% and you can't do it. Get up. Oh. Wow, okay, you provoked him. Don't die now, bro. Take my ether. He's dying over there. Ceremony is complete. Grace shield us and cleanse the corruption from
By
our
the
home.
grace of the elementals!
Oh. Nice ragdoll. Yeah, heal him back up, please. Your man almost died.
By the light of the crystal!
It's a nice ragdoll, though. So long as we are within the barrier, we need not fear Gleipnir's poison. However, the battle is far from over. Steel yourselves. I'm not gonna stack with me? There we go. Well, that's fun.
I shall ease your hurts.
Ow. Gleipnir lashes out in the face of death, bringing into its misery while the barrier is still standing. Aesura, I now fathom the depth of your suffering. With all that you held dear, I shall see to it that you are giving peace.
God's will be done!
Its rancor makes even the elements shudder in fear. The barrier may not last for much longer. That's fine, he's almost done. Now, he's dead. Blame. Wow, and I didn't even get credit. Keeper of the Entwined Serpents defeats Gleip. Through sacred soil and azure skies, may your compassion flow and swell to banish the darkness. Descending feels very appropriate for this, honestly. That is basically what's happening here. More or less. Exceeding terror. Blissful quiet. Blessing. Covenant preserved. Now and always. Child of child. Honor and gratitude unending. For me as well, honor and gratitude unending. We could not have overcome the blasphemy without your aid. In your everlasting grace, I pray you continue to guide we children of the forest. In your boundless mercy, I pray you forgive the lost and forsaken who succumb to despair. To you, my dear Asura, I promise I shall never forget your words of wisdom. Ours is indeed a gift and a blessing, and a duty to people I will uphold. Till my final breath, this I swear. Not as emotional as the Shadowbringers ones, obviously. Kinda hard when there is no soul left in the blasphemy. Just because you recognize who they were and why they transformed, you can't have a sad moment with their soul again because it's gone. Anyway. The Elder Seedseer's childhood friend suffered tragedy in his life. That there can be no doubt. Bye, Chocobo. With his passing, he and the realm may once more know peace, and we may finally begin to mourn the innocence lost to his rage. Thank you, Carolyn. Great cleansing could not have succeeded without you. Light has been purged, and the blasphemous beast which bore it laid low. The sacred wood that once held its breath in fear now breathes a long sigh of relief. I must return to Gridania and my regular duties as Elder Seedseer, but I should be glad if you could call upon me there. That is, if I may impose upon you one final time. Thank you. Promise not to detain you at length. Let us meet again at the Lotus Stand. No, not return. Teleport. Oh. Primal Rend has a 2.44 second. It's such. Oh. Is Primal Rend? Primal Rend is a GCD, right? Is that what it's trying to tell me here? Trying to figure out. You don't have to like do 1, 2, 3 Primal Rend. You could keep going and just blasting Primal Rend because it doesn't consume stacks of inner release. So is it just like a bunch of Primal Rends and then you like end it with like 3 Fell Cleaves or something? Or maybe the other way around? I don't know. It's not my job to understand these things. It's just my job to read them later. I'll figure it out when the time comes, but that, I do believe it is not supposed to be just one primal rend through per inner release window. We shall see what the people who are smarter than me know when the time comes. Actually, they've probably already been talking about it. I haven't looked at the balance. When it comes time to do raid stuff, then I will look. Yeah, they don't have any official stuff yet. They're just theorizing about it still. It'll take them some time to, like, mess around with it and figure it out for sure, but, you know. Sorry for the abrupt pause. Taco Bell is manifested. So, was receiving that. So, Azalea.
What?
Verdict on the roll quests. Not as good as the Shadowbringers.
Okay, well, not surprising, but...
Not bad. At least they're fast.
You haven't finished wrapping it up, though, have you?
No, but like... This is the last one, where it's basically like, thank you for helping me, so... Good news, very fast. It's one quest per level, and it's just go out, do something, come back. Except for the last one, which has an instance. Anyway. Yeah, we got taco! Yay! A crunch. Here. Crunch. The Elder Seed Seer awaits you within. Shall I escort you to her? Yes. Prompt. Correct. By the way, though I will say, I do appreciate extra insight from this, because we did get information on the Pajal. Like, you can take away a Pajal's power by ripping their horns out. And then just go back to being normal people, apparently. And also that I don't think they mentioned it anywhere else before that the keeper of the entwined serpents, or like second in command, was a Garlean soldier that she saved from Cardinal, and he was like, "Oh damn." So like, I appreciate that little bit of extra lore. Anyway, Great One's ether flows all throughout the Twelveswood, purging the last vestiges of Gleipnir's poison. Surviving wounded are no longer in danger and have begun to recover at long last. That's old info? Okay. Either way, I thought it was cool. I forgot about it completely. We have much cause to rejoice, in no small part because of you, my friend. On behalf of Gridania and myself, allow me to thank you yet again for your tireless efforts in bringing Gleipnir to heel. You went to... Because we used the Great One's power to create a barrier. Heal. The story was when I think you missed the story of it, is it? With the calamity and the big barrier that protected from outside. Now it's big barrier that protects from... It did actually... I think you missed the fight, though. The poison was worked into the mechanics, where periodically you would just get down for the count and you'd have to do a duty action quick time event to be able to move again. And it was while he was casting like kill moves, so you had to like do it really fast so you could interrupt it. It was kind of cool. And obviously once the ceremony finished, you didn't have that anymore because you were in the bubble. It was neat. Anyway, we went above and beyond the call of duty for the sake of our people and their homeland, inspiring to behold, and not for the first time, I must say. Give me, Elder Seedseer, but with the crisis behind us, I would suggest a new course of action. Also, awesome ragdoll on this guy. He led Gleipnir off to the side so we could, like, give Connie some of our ether so she could do the ceremony. And, like, as she finished it, I'm, like, watching his HP. I'm like, Connie, he's dying. Connie, he's dying. He's at, like, 2 HP. He just gets ragdoll tossed back into the arena. It was really good. It looked really nice. I mean, hurt. Like, it looks like it hurt, but it was a good animation. Anyway. Give me other seeds here, but with this crisis behind us, I would suggest a new course of action. Oh, and what would that be? Rest! In all our time together, I have never seen you so hard-pressed. Surely you are weary and could benefit from brief respite. Please sleep. You must be so tired. I appreciate your concern, my friend, but I cannot, will not. One day, perhaps. Not this day. But Elder Seedseer. Recent events have given me cause to reflect upon my past, on lessons that I once thought I had taken to heart. When I did not yet understand the duty which I had been entrusted, when these horns of mine were but chains binding me to a destiny I did not choose, it was Aesura who taught me to the gift I had been given. Had he not been there to help me keep the proper path, where would my errant feet have taken me instead? It was perhaps the first, but he would not be the last. My brother and sister, and countless other kind souls, through their words and their support, also helped me to find a way forward, even when I thought there was. It is by opening our hearts to one another that we, in turn, open new paths. We can conceive of greater opportunities and brighter futures. All who live within Gridania are deserving of these gifts, so I must always be there for them. Together we may journey in safety through the darkest night. Yeah, but you still need to sleep so you can actually be there. Not tempted to live wild and free like an adventurer? It is not without its appeal. I recall fondly the few occasions I have traveled beyond. Our time together in the churning mists left a lasting impression. If ever there came a time when I need no longer serve as Elder Seedseer, very much like to accompany you on another adventure. Oh, I'm gonna hold you to that. I'm gonna hold you to that. Connie, trust when. Regardless of what the future has in store, my present course is so long as Wepajal serves as a bridge between man and elemental, Gridania can weather any storm. So I will continue to walk hand in hand with my people and my patron, along a path that we discover together. Game crashed. Oof. I haven't, at risk of jinxing it, I haven't had my game crash at all, aside from like in the login screen. So, can't relate. I've been expecting it to, though. I'm emotionally prepared for the game to crash. It just hasn't yet. It's just been lagging a little bit. Anyway. Though the blasphemy is no more, there are still administrative matters to resolve. If it is not too much to ask, could you bring word of these recent events to our delegate in Ratsatan? It has been an honor and a pleasure, my friend. May the elementals watch over and keep you. Okay. So, Storm, are you using like a VPN or anything that might be messing with it? I imagine those are all really taxed right now. No?
What graphics card are you using?
Graphics card? Yeah. Is it melting your computer? Oh. At least it wasn't doing during MSQ, at least. Huh. Welcome back. I pray you have brought glad tidings. Yay, we got it. It's dead. Leipnir is slain? You've brought joy to me on an otherwise uneventful day. Of course, I had complete faith in your success, but I had begun to worry ever so slightly when you did not return as quickly as I had anticipated. Bro, I was 3 levels ahead. I'm sorry, I had to go to the moon? Actually, it wasn't even the moon. I went to the past? Anyway. I shall report your success to the envoys at once. If we have further need of you, I pray you will answer our call. Yeah! I actually did know that it unlocked the ability to dye artifact gear because it was in the patch notes, but that is great. Really? You don't get your stuff until after you're done the MSQ? That's weird. More than death. Huh.
Sounds like you.
It says level 90 job-specific gear will become available upon completing the main scenario quest Endwalker. Oh, you do get it before? Okay. That's weird.
Oh, maybe.
Artifact gear is level 89 too. Okay. Failure is departing. Don't forget your drink! Oh. Artifact gear can sync up for some reason. Huh. Weird. Okay. Well. What I'm gonna do before I continue this, we're at the 5-hour mark of my recording session, so I'm not stopping streaming because I actually feel very awake today for once. I am gonna do another round. This is a 3-session day. But I do have to split the video here for YouTube stuff and for my own video editing sanity. So Twitch people, hang on a second. Same as before, YouTube people, links to the next video are in all the places where they would end up on YouTube. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you hopefully in the next video. And for Twitch people, I'll see you in a couple seconds. Bye!